Alrighty, dighty. Let's get this started. Oh, I should probably open up my iPad actually. Get the thing. I gotta move some stuff. You guys heard nothing. You definitely did not hear anything metal. Okay? I want to point that out. You definitely did not hear that. Okay? Are we clear? Are we good? I mean, I don't have anything to worry about. Anyways, let's go ahead and get my remote control. Oh, where's my remote control? There it is. There we go. Alright. Now then. Hi. Welcome back to some more Apollo Justice. I need to figure out how to wear this hat. Because I swear every time I put this thing on, it looks crooked on the screen anyway. It feels great on my head, but it looks crooked on screen. Anyway, happy 4th, everyone. Hopefully the fireworks aren't being a little too much. If they are, I am sorry on behalf of anyone that's firing off fireworks. Trust me, I know how annoying they can get, especially in the middle of the night. But we are going to be doing some Apollo Justice before then, hopefully. Because nighttime here does not hit until around 8:30. So, yeah. Hopefully by then the fireworks decide that they don't want to go off. For now, let's get to the action. Now, remember how I did a file save via the fancy function? Yeah, I stupidly saved over here. Luckily, though, it's saved for me. I'm hoping. Because if it didn't, I'm going to be very mad. So, here we go. From chapter start. Here we go. Yeah, this is it. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. I'm hoping that's Zach. That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Here we go. 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Until he turns 35! Because apparently it gets overturned at some point. Anyways, fix the screen too, so this time we won't have like the weird white area this time. April 9th, or 19th, 9:27 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Yep. Whew, okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Thought my... Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigma. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. That was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Oh my gosh.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Oh no. I can't. I can't do this. Hang on a minute. It's time, guys. It's time. No, not that. It's time. It's time. But first things first, I have to make sure that this actually freaking works. Almost there, we're just Really? You gotta verify it now, of all times? I don't have to verify anything. I just need this to do Trucy's voice, my guy. I can't do a young kid's voice. Oh my god, it's really gonna make me do this. Wait. Okay, can I open the app now? Please? Can I open it? I would like my voice mod. Thank you. Get out of there. You piece of... This thing, I swear. Get out of the screen, please. I don't need them to see my shame. Please. Okay. Now then. You guys are only hear you guys are only gonna hear this like echo once. Alright? That's all. I just need to make sure that I can do a girl's voice. Macy, not now. Man to woman? Maybe this will work. This will work? Hello? 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 No. Oh wait, no. It's not on. Nope, that's not working. How about this one? This one work? It's better. Okay. Okay. Alright guys. Now let me just make sure it's being heard on Twitch. God, you see what I mean? Like, I gotta do all this shit. I gotta do all this shit. It's not... It's not... voice mod, you suck. How do I get this to work? I know you can work. You've done it before. It's selected. That's the sad part, is that it's selected. Oh, wait a minute. No, I know what's wrong. I know what it is. I know what it is.
It's this. That's why it won't work. That's why it won't work. No, that sounds terrible, actually. This actually sounds terrible. Alright, we are gonna try something else. Alright, once again, you guys are gonna hear, like, maybe a smidge. I just need to find the perfect voice to do this. That's all I need to do. Definitely not to be fair. Actually, how do I get rid of you? Alright.
Clean. I think clean makes me normal, right? Yeah, it makes me normal. Okay. Definitely not chipmunk. I gotta make one. Gosh darn it.
Alright. I gotta make one.
I have to. Oh? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe. Maybe. Oh. Alright. We're gonna make this, Proceed right. And you know what? Just to make sure that I know that this is what it is. Okay. Let's see. No, I just didn't find it. Maybe it's in here? No. No. Maybe it's... Oh, wait. No, I didn't find it. It's the letter R. I definitely would have skipped past it. Yeah, that's somewhere else. Please don't mind this. Don't mind the fact that my voice is like this, guys. In case it's like still doing this. Granted, this is lazy, but at the same time, I can't do it. Hold on. I gotta find... Is it coming with me? No, I feel like it would have been... No... I feel like it would have been... Where would it have been? I gotta save it again. I gotta see where it went. Downloads. I found it. Wrong one. I'm gonna close that actually. I'm also gonna open up Decimimi. Because holy cow, that's been a lot of stuff, huh? Wow, this is quite the trek, huh, guys? All I'm trying to do is make sure that this goes correctly, and here I am just making everything a mess. I'm gonna close everything. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna close everything so that nothing like opens up when it shouldn't. I think that's good. I think that's good. I think the main problem was Discord, because I don't want you guys seeing what I do. Okay, letter R, here we are. Huh, yeah, can I... Okay, well, I mean... I guess I'm just seeing that then. Okay, yeah, that's... Alright, save. Voice saved. Okay. Here we are. Alright. You guys ready? Here we go. Oh, morning, Daddy!
Okay, now to make sure that that actually cleaned it. Making sure. Okay. Ah, I'm so glad you came. This is gonna get annoying really fast. Okay, idea. Can I pop this out? Idea. I can. Okay, I can pop this out. And I can place it like... No. Place it like... God dang it, come on. Place it like that, and I can place the thing like that. There we go. Okay, now I can technically see you guys while I'm doing this.
Making sure. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. It's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks! My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy! Huh? Me? Look what he started. Here. Here. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. There's no need for it. There's no need for it. I don't think Trucy talks that much. I have no need for it. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. No, how about we read it now? Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today, so do your best. But do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigma. Shady Enigma. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah? Yeah? You sure about that, Zach? Shady Enigma. You couldn't have just, like, changed your name after this, huh? You had to go with Shady still, huh? Shady Smith? I see. Okay. Known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Oh. So your real name's Shady, but your stage name is Zach Gramarye. Dude, you should have just stuck with the Shady. A wildly popular magician, star of the troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifique Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic. Until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. Uh-huh. Yeah? Well then. I see where this is going now. Man, all that work for the voice mod to work, and I didn't even have to use it once. Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Hey, Clav. How's it going? Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some new kind of crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms? The pounding hearts? A Gaviner's concert got 10 times the thrill. Concerts got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started legally, yeah? Gavin? Defense attorney Christoph Gavins? Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band, The Gaviners. Wow, he's a bit of a narcissist, isn't he? You're out of your league, Rock Boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Rock Boy. True, my debut single, 13's Year Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. Attorney Wright. Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case? Act on, maybe. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, he had to see it, huh? Hold on, I think my voice is a little too high. Let me go back to the other one. Hang on, guys. Man, poor Dick had to see Phoenix fall, huh? Alright. Hey, Dick. And you are? Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you! Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Yeah, detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey-youing and such. And I could care less about your history together. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. I swear I never changed over the years. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are simple. As they come, here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. I can't tell anything from this. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim Magnifi Gramarye was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah, yes, he's a great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifi's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignorant tutor or something? I'm sorry, hold on. No. Hold on. No, this can't be. No, they can't be that cruel, right? They can't be this cruel, right? Oh no. A malignant tumor is a group of diseased cells defined by one of three characteristics: uncontrolled growth, invasion of damage of healthy cells, or metastasizing to the other organs. They differ from benign tumors, which do not spread or affect other areas of the body. I mean, I guess in a way they did him a favor, but also you went to a hospital room and put an old man out of his misery. What kind of fucked up man you gotta be to do that? Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A liver cancer? That's even worse. A malignant tumor, perhaps? In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Oh, yikes. Then why was he in the hospital? What, were they doing like some kind of testing on him or something? And then someone just kind of kindly went in with a gun and was just like, alright, I'm putting you out of your misery. I'm sorry, man. Maybe see each other on the other side, hopefully. Magnifi's chart added to the court record. Okay, we're gonna take a look. I want to take a look at this. I'm gonna read it now. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least. Only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifi Grammary. Okay. I mean, that's got a bullet hole in it, too. There's the pistol, I'm assuming. A syringe. What's that? It also looks like he took something out of his arm. Huh, it's like he committed suicide, except he didn't, I'm assuming. And then, Magnifi Grammary, age 60. Oh, he was 67? Oh, he like old. Notes, malignant tumor in liver has progressed to final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Jesus. This man's just been having a rough day. Or actually a rough year. Alright. The facts do seem simple enough. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. When he was shot with a pistol, the syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. I mean, honestly, I would have looked at it like they did him a favor, but at the same time, that's still kind of fucked up. No, not even kind of fucked up. It's fucked up to shoot someone in a hospital. Like, can I be real with you guys? That's not right. You don't just shoot someone in a hospital. How did they even get in the hospital? What was Dr. What's his name, the doctor that day? Dr. Hottie or whatever? That fucking guy, I swear. If he was the doctor, I swear to God it was him. He's responsible for all of this. It's his fault. I believe the question before us is clear, then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. Now I'm sounding Australian instead of fucking Boston. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting? Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, to you and... Can I take a look at it? Very unusual indeed. To my beloved student Zach, To you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot square to the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Magnifi Grammary. Wow, look at this fucking dude. Look at this man. He looks like my... You know what he looks like? Lighten his skin a little bit? That could be my D&D. That could be my first D&D character. That could be Bartholomew Adonell. Wow, one shot square to the forehead, huh? Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder? I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter. Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that a bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Air Attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night, for a half hour starting at 11, the victim, Magnifi Grammary, was given an IV. IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 13 minutes later... God damn it, my voice is like starting to trail off. And I hate it. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Very well. Shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Yeah, this is how he dies. This is how Phoenix loses his job. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before the incident... Oh. Okay, I didn't know tab sped run. Hold it! How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective. First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. Maybe you should stop threatening. Maybe you should stop making fun of me. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people is bad, Detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue show that it had been fired recently. Wait, Mr. Wright? As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes? What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal! That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. No. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he can make. Objection! Oh, dang. What? Why, and you can prove that with this photo? Yes. I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? I mean, clearly he shot the fucking toy.
Take that!
The clown doll? Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead, too. Ah, there's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he shoots the clown doll? No, he didn't just shoot the doll. He shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Objection. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead, as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. That was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. Oh, whoops. This testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention and read this letter carefully. Hang on. Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? You never heard of Zack and Valent's great quick draw shoot 'em? Wow. You know what? Huh. I wonder who did it. Could it be Shady? Or could it be the Loki of this story? I can't quite figure it out. Huh? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Trump Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. So what if he shot the clown? He shot the victim, pal. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo? That's the one! It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Oh no, they got rifling marks. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did! That doesn't sound like you. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. I mean, we can't just say that, you know, Valent didn't wear any gloves. I mean, who would question Valent? It's not like Valent would know exactly what the hell a gun is, right? I mean, he just fired it on the stage. I'm making fun of poor Clavier, and I don't give a fuck. We might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Aha! Intriguing point. Well made. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Finally. My grandchild will get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony. We're gonna check. We're gonna check the gun. La 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 la. There's a secret to this gun. I know it. There's gotta be one. Wow, that's a deep hole. Anyway, back. Anyways, when am I supposed to present this thing? I saw that at least before I... Oh, I see. Yeah? Yeah? The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and... Objection! No. Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he couldn't. Because, you know, you literally just said it can only fire one shot, idiot. The murder weapon? Oh. It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. Literally, Gumshoe literally just said it not too long ago. He literally forgot his own words. Ah. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. Yeah! That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility. Ah, what's this? It seems the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Herr Detective was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. And with a witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramery who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. I swear to God, if it's Dr. Hottie, I'm going to not be happy. I'm gonna be unhappy as hell. Yeah, we're gonna save. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You're scared, Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes. And the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And I found there upon his bedside 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used to be my partner, Valence. Oh, for the Zack and Valence quick draw thing? My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. And then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I've not always been steadfast. And I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks? Yes. Well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor. His eyes opened. What? Magnifi Grammary? The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zack Grammary. He seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right. Let's get back in there. a.m. District Courtroom number 7. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out of the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. So they did find the weapon matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players and other protagonists. Being the other half of the Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple. Oh my god. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary. Magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate. The grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait! The shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait. That's the same letter Zach Grammary received! Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. It's practically the same, except for the 1120 bit. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grammary up to? By which you mean... I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion here, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. And there's the bird. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. Here we go, young Grammary. That night I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. Yo, can I be real with you guys? What if this was just a big fuck you to Zach? Like, I can't be the only one thinking that, right? Like, what if this whole thing from 7 years ago to today was a big fuck you to Zach? Or to Shady? What if literally Magnifi and Valent both planned this out and was just like, hey, so we are going to pretty much do everything in our power to get this man accused of a murder. Because that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking today. That's gonna, I mean, if it's true, that's gonna break Trucy's heart, but at the same time, it's like, that's the only thing I can think of. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant Zach Gramery is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Gramery, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. That's why you wouldn't come to the courtroom. That's why. You were scared that you were going to get caught. After all this time, you really are Loki. No, you know what? You really are worse than Loki. That night I visited the hospital. I need to open up the thing. What is up with that bird? The smell of gunpowder hung in the room. I didn't imagine my fellow student, but there's some instructions yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. There were 2 bullet holes in the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you? No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed the murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valent, let me ask you something else concerning the crime scene. Namely, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? 2 pistols were used in the Zach and Valent quick draw shooting, correct? 1 for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with this statement. Only 1 pistol is visible for the photograph of the crime scene, after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it? Indeed, I did. Alakazam. Alakazing. Alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? Yeah. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey? Only 1 pistol was in the room that night. With it, I shot the clown. Yeah?
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table. 2? One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. And then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. No, you didn't. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us? We compared the bullets taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Ah! Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order? Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proves the type of guns that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Yes. In a court of law? Yes. Very much so, yes. That was just this morning. I am still young. Would you hold me accountable for making a mistake at my young age? Dude, you literally said that like an hour ago. I'm very youthful, what can I say? And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the crime scene as a crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion right now. Valent Grammarly? Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. I'm gonna take this hat off. I'm a little choking in my head right now. Hat's choking my head a little bit. Sorry, guys. You'll see in time. Well, that's a threat. That was a threat. Why'd you threaten us like that? The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? Stop bullshitting me. I've done this for years. When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, alright, the real fight is about... Sorry, I had food earlier. The real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Hopefully... I'm gonna make sure that, my thing isn't, like, still doing the dumb thing. Okay. I wanted to make sure of that. I wanted to make sure that it actually turned off. Help us determine who shot what. Why, of course, I, Loki, will tell you exactly who shot who. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10. And the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. Hold on. Hold on. He said he was talking to him for like 10 to 15 minutes. Those times are rather close, yet you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. How about we stop talking about your boy band for a minute and actually get to the serious point? Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, and the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long? What a ripoff! Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death, determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. The prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation. The body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. I don't believe that. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic reveals in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph, as you see. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim Magnifique Gramarie's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there. Yes. Now, look at it a bit closer. Follow the tube from the bag to the end. It's out. Ah! The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. That does it! Okay. No, hold on a minute. I've never had an IV tube in my arm. I'm fairly certain that those things don't just slip out. I'm fairly certain those things don't just... You don't just go poo and then they just go, oh god, and then the IV tube just falls out. Like, they're just like, ah! It slipped! There's no way that that happened. I don't believe it. Not for a minute. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah! You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. For the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Uh-huh. And so it was when I, Valent, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Mr. Wright? Does that seem important? Very important. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have on the time of death, I'd say it's very important. Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. The water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence. Oh yeah? Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance? When first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead, and then his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Not from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color? Indeed. Even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, in our trophy, a bust, and what a day that was. This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valent. That does seem to be the case indeed. Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valent sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? There's a contradiction. It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Yep. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where's your evidence that contradicts with what Mr. Valent has told us? Apparently it's this.
Take that!
The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene? All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear, cut simplicity. Tell us, Your Right, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Examine the IV drip.
Take that!
Valent Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow. Yes? Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Dude, you're wearing it proudly upon your head. Like, do you expect everyone to be colorblind? Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright? Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. What's this? Confusion. Doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent. Look at that IV bag. Ah! It's not yellow! What is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Alicus! Alicus, no! What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valent Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow. But the IV is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can only mean one thing. And to think, you almost had me. What? What do you mean? Clearly I can see that it's fucking green. Clavier, just give up. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow. How? I mean, granted it's in a blue IV bag, but how? Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? Bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook? Looks like I want to say light blue. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. Incidentally, is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
No. As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? Oh shit. It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow? Alakazam! Alakazam, oh my god! Mr. Wright, you want to explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what? I can only think of one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because he knew the IV liquid's color. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knows the IV liquid's color? Leaves it getting excited over absolutely nothing to our Team Bopper fans, yeah?
Objection!
The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass, with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Wait, I know! An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, alright? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? No. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait! Wait! I said wait! How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Very well, Mr. Wright. Any solid evidence to bring us back down to earth? Valiant Grammary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting? Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of the IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was the syringe! The victim's syringe. It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick. And easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? That syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. No. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Oh no! Well, Valiant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alakazam! I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. he's just sitting there like, my God. I'm afraid that while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. I see there are no objections. Court is adjourned. No! Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You'll see. I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used this syringe to manipulate the level of the liquid, but there's no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin? Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifi Grammary's diary. After going into the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journals that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here or may go on. But not long. That depends on his hand. This does appear to have been written just before his death. All that is left to mine is to lay down. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. This journal may end here or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Grammering. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Grammary intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grammary didn't pull the trigger. I think the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grammary. Holy mother of shit! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifi Grammary wrote this? There's no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, except for that ripped page, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grammary. Well, how do you like me now, Airwright? Still too green for your tastes, He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show something. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary? It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown you for. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page. I'm gonna check to make sure that this is it.
Take that!
First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. And it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. I don't believe it! Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifi Grammar. That's the defense's position. Wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary. Oh no. Wait, does that mean one of them knows that it's a fake? Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifi's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grammary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grammary. No. No! So many animals. The handwriting, too, matches the one on the other pages. This is without a doubt the genuine article. Order! But wait! That's impossible! That old man couldn't have written that!
Objection!
Mm-hmm. Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Airite? Is this what? Presenting solid evidence? Yeah, Judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin? Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Oh, well, if you put it that way, Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. And Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. This is the point where Zach Grammary just goes, no, you idiot, what have you done? I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh. Holding trial with no audience is a first even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain this information to this court, so this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... what? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The regional prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Bramley. Illegal evidence? I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain scenes. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we ought to understand that this page here is a fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence! Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. But there's no proof that this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. What's the mark then? Uh-huh. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright? Yeah? Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal, too, perhaps. For your client, I fear. Fuck you. Is probably what Phoenix is thinking, just like, fuck you. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? Screw you. The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. I'm going to rip that medallion off your chest. You don't need it anymore. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in a court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office had received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to seek before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness is dismissed. And guilty. Mr. Attorney? Yeah? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Oh boy. Zach, we got a problem. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. Why does everyone look so sad? You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Ah, Your Honor? Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigma! The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick! Bailiff, close all exits from the building! On the double! He must not be allowed to escape! That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigmar, aka Zack Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day. This is the Gramarye miracle! No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Gramarye vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later. Ah, yep. It all comes full circle, and it's about to bite Val in the butt. I think we can go on a little longer. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But you'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifique Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zack Gramarye go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Mason system! The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. First, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. What the fuck? I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended, half finished, when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? I know very well. That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Touch the arrow to switch between past and present. But let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Okay. Where do I start? Alright, so we gotta go to the Wright and Co. law offices. Alright, let's see. The nightmare trial was over. And the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. 7 years ago, Wright & Co. law offices.
Oh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. It's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks! My first show's today after all. Here we go. 2 weeks had passed since then. Called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. Yikes. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Or actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like it. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. Oh, and this office, it's a little black. A little color goes a long way, you know. Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. I'm this much! But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? We're gonna talk in the office. So, Daddy, you got fired for being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean, like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require a talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yep! After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Gramarye. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Or Zach Gramarye? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of the true Gramarye, and they're big. The Gramaryes. We're on television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valiant Gramarye together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall, right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess. There's a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. I shouldn't have brought it up so soon! I wonder what will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you are a professional. Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? They thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right. So in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy? That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Yeah, sure. Well, actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Hey, folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to see you. Yeah! Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it, heady? My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Alright, now for the prop. Could you tell me about your mommy, if it's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there with Zach and Val and smiling. But then she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion. But she made a mistake. She vanished and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. They accidentally shot the shit out of her, didn't they? Oh no. I think I know what happened now. Uh-oh. That's the secret. That's what Magnifi was talking about. One of them shot the shit out of her mom. Oops! I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Oh, yep. This is your mother? She's beautiful. Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grammar. Oh, I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes. Daddy, you won't... Don't worry. I won't finish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate is a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it like that way. You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. The team. Right. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Okay. I see. So now, do we stay in the past? Yeah, we stay in the past. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial isn't over. Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this! See ya! Mr. Enigma! The defendants escaped! Find them, quick! Close all exits from the building! On the double! When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge, but now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir! Down to the hands! Floor! On your head! Now, now, now! What's the big idea? My ears! No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Psych! I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins, at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir! But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here! Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me, and the dog is barking like fucking crazy for some reason. I don't know what she's barking at this point. I really don't. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. She does it every time. I've forced her into my room. She's not going out for a while. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope. Then, tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Why, yes. I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard a commotion in the court. I opened the door to see what might be missing. The door slams open, slam, and some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk cat all the way down to the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Aha! There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay. And which way did Zach Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished, like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke, he was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that! Sorry? That word! Oh, how many times I have said that word! Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here! Okay, I won't say it again, promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air like that. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zach was in this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. Eyes! The red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. It was pink, wasn't it? Is that red? Is he supposed to be wearing red? That's a pink! It's like a salmon! Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, alright. But sir, look at the room! There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir, ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? You lying sack of shit. My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case, it could show me the locks on people's hearts. If I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Uh-huh. Let me guess, I gotta use the Magatama, don't I? Yeah. Reveal to me your secrets, officer! Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something? And I'm going to find out what. Zach Gramarye vanished from this room. How do you do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir! Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen! It was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through the megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. That's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zach's accomplice was. I know who was in here in this room that day. It was Trucy. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Sir, I haven't seen that girl before until today. You gotta believe me. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. No, sure you are. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in that room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean You chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Gramery. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? Does Mr. Hat look familiar? What's that? That girl's favorite trick. The amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again. That night, on stage, I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat! He really exists! I think that was the easiest one I've ever done. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zack Gramery exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him into the corner room, sir. Zack Gramery, don't even think you can escape, Meekins! Down on your hands, floor on your head! Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zack Gramery, do you know him?
Oh, I love Zack Gramery. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan.
I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zack came into this room.
But no one's been in here except me.
But he has to be in here somewhere! Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug! So Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him! Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes! For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week? But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. Well, that wasn't all. Another person got on the act. She was standing in front of lobby number 2. Along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner, and most likely runs to the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you came. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape! Zack Gramery's red cape fluttering like a cape! Astounding, sir! All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die! That's an interesting way of putting it, I guess. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffered on the account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. But this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, You should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's the stone-cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Guamshu! Mr. Meekins. This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right. I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. Yikes. All eyes were on Zach Gramery that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would have been 7 years before I met him again. As Shady Smith, unfortunately. Let me guess. We gotta go to present. Oh, yep. Here we fucking go. Yep. Oh, I get it. This is Phoenix's timeline now. Okay, that's what's going on here. We're playing as Phoenix both in the past and the present. Okay. Oh, hey. Hey, Kristoff. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Man, this place looks like shit. I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh? Oh. A customer. I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is the place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is... Uh-huh. A friend of yours? Ah, don't mind me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go, yes, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, No, Phoenix Wright. No, Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? Ah! Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this! I don't have to read this again. You can't be. What, you're Zach Gramarye? Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of one. You. Zach Gramarye? This must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You then. Da? We will play soon. Ready the room. Da, I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zach Gramarye? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6? In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you so much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I hardly need express my gratitude, but you haven't. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. Ah, yes, you must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue. 2. 1. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy? She's in a class of her own. For 7 years, I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. And I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line? Recall, you were the second man to whom I lost. Magnifique Gramarye. That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something? Blood. Bitch. I am sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders. It is nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of Gramarye secret, then fine. She's 15 this year? She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know. I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, for that, I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This. A transferal of rights. You see the signature? A transferal. That's Magnifi Grammar's signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights to the secret staging and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grammar. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. The diary that's going to ruin my life. Note that a page has been clearly ripped out, and it just so happens I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier. Like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that court. The greatest of Magnifi Grammary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I choose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Brushel. Sir! Ah, here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. Ah, I may not look it, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. And by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I have come here tonight. The second reason is, of course... I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. I'm assuming I have to keep talking until... There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. No! Are there really fireworks going off right now? It's the afternoon! It's not even 8! Y'all are just impatient at this point. I swear. Not to mention all their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document, before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I am afraid. In this case, yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammar. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valent Grammary, not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else but Trucy's mother is a mystery. We're gonna show you something. Present. Hey, punk. You're gonna tell me about the mom. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? Ugh! How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then, it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifique, Gramarye's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifique's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brussel! You say too much! Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Thalassa Gramarye. She's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence, clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition? Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground. Without seeing your daughter? It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifique. I do not care to lose to another. I have heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. I mean, it's just a rumor, dude. You can't believe rumors anymore. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes. Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up? What was that? This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy's beyond serious. So much for having a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch, and I punch, but still it is not enough. I just remembered a future prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, Piano Man. Then let us begin, dealer. Da, you will be witness to our competition. Da, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered the restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Gramarye power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more. And I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again, that was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zack Gramarye knew, but how? And why? Did you seriously go to see fucking Gavin? You idiot! Yeah, like he'd want to see you! Yeah, right! Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin? Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for this events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? I'm gonna make him sound like the medic from TF2 now. 7 years ago? My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. don't chat. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I have no doubt you ever expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours, and I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Gramery. You know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you will say Smith was Zach. Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix, right? What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. No, I don't believe that. It's never that simple. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zach Gramery pulled his vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor of yours crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. That's right, your friendship towards me was never pure. You suspected me then, as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Gramery mentioned your name, Gavin. Ah, that reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me, because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him hard. Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramery. Man, there's a lot of people with it. Oh, that's a lot of fucking locks! What is this shit? Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't put yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? Does everyone just have that, or... He's doing his nails. Wait a minute, am I supposed to unlock those now? Wait a minute. Okay, we're gonna examine the hand on the table, I guess. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please, have one. It's on me. else am I supposed to do? What? End search? Really? Wait, then where am I supposed to go? Okay. Now we go here. I guess. This is where I'm really gonna need that walkthrough, I guess. I figured you'd come here sooner or later. Hello! I decided on sooner, Drew Mission, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. And I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Hi, Vera. Oh, this is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? What do we do? Talk. Judging from this place, you're a painter? Not sadly a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That is why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen. And who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to make me forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Hey, buddy. Don't think I don't remember. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about the work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. This is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as a reference. The second, a printed document I can only surmise was written by my client. So you used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote? Yes. As I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Ah, a Cyclock, of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. I guess I gotta do things. Oh, yep. Okay, well, it's time. Reveal to me your secrets, Misham. You're hiding something. Let's hear it, then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I've never met the client. True. When I asked the client's name, there were no Cyclocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down. So what's Misham hiding? The forger. I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you've said. What is it, then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Cyclocks. Psycholocks? Is that some sort of asylum security or a new hairstyle, perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the Cyclock. Again with the Psycholocks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet them. So you didn't meet the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business, but I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about Cyclocks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Poppycock! I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have done it but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the forger wasn't you, then I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is her. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous! My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback. But you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to this studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclocks tell me you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going Psycholock myself. Yikes! He figured me out! I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12. A genius, you might call her. A precious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and the analytic devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So, Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once, here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So, they talked to your daughter? I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. That little girl might know something about him. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Let's talk to Vera. Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy. Extremely so, actually. One exception. Which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked. I returned when they had finished and she was laughing. It was the first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please let me speak with her. Alright. He's just so defeated, he's just like, okay, fine. I'll go get my daughter for you, fine. Nobody wants to talk to Drew anymore. Uh-oh. This could be tough. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm not good at this. I need something to get through to this little girl. Oh, wait a minute. What do you think about this? I think I just made her nervous. I need something to grab her attention. What? I mean, she likes the Grammarys. Maybe show her the amazing hat? No. Maybe this? No. I mean, do I gotta present her anything? Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? Or... Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for closer look. That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this red envelope? Ah! Don't touch that! It's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I'd better behave. That's tempting to just grab it. It's an awfully small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valance. The Grammarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grammarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. I went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV until the end. I see. That stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. This is you and Vera? Yes. Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? I mean, granted, I should start practicing too, because I need to start drawing my characters. Hey, Vera! Vera, honey! You like the Grammarys? And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke! She could talk! Yeah, so the stamp. I'm gonna keep her talking. They're magicians, aren't they? Isn't true Grammarly amazing? Yes. Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valance. I mean, they're, just so magical! Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, I love them, they're so cool. It's like magic, yeah! Alright, she's talking, not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammarly Museum of Magic. The Grammarly Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little with Father. The Grammarly's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, coming apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know, about Zach and Valen, maybe?
Oh, sure.
Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside?
There's bad people out there.
Well, true, but there's lots of good people too.
Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once.
Kidnapped?
Since then, she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house.
I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Grammar Museum. With you, in fact.
Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it. Much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me.
That person gave me a good luck charm.
A good luck charm?
For when I absolutely had to go outside.
Yes, apparently she received something, a gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was.
Father, I told you to keep that a secret.
From that client, huh? This I have to hear about. So your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things.
I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same.
So you did this too?
Oh, yes, that was my first job.
Your first?
All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. And this was totally different. The pen slips and the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer.
She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Grammary coffin. I guess no one told her.
They're the best in the world.
Huh? Oh, you mean Troop Grammary? Of course.
Father gave it to me.
Your father? But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it.
I guess I just took it, yeah.
Took it?
Father got a letter from that person.
That person, you mean that letter was from the client?
Oh, we talked about the Grammarys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it.
They're a sneaky one, this client. So they were trying to get on her good side. No, they were trying to poison her. That's what they were trying to do. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job? And you talked to them? What's this about a good luck charm you received?
I can't talk about it.
Huh?
If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told.
Yeah, but I really, really have to know. Oh, you're gonna make me force it out of your lips, huh? Right, time to do some psych unlocking. Let me guess, I gotta do some psych unlocking? Is that what I gotta do? Yep. Wait, did I miss anything? Nope. I'm going to force the secret out of your little brain, my child. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp?
No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem.
Problem that keeps her inside all the time?
Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm.
A good luck charm that your client gave you? I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? Is it the stamp? It's the stamp, isn't it? It's the fucking stamp, isn't it? It's this?
Take that!
This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right?
I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power.
Hey, ladies, is that true? Is that... actually, no. Ladies and gentlemen, is that true? Is that honestly true? Does makeup ward off evil? Of any kind? Shape or form? Because that'd be a hell of a magic trick. Just pointing that out. Ah. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client?
Take that!
This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised not to tell. Oh, Christoph! Christoph, that's a no. That's a no. That's a no-no, Christoph. Christoph, you're a dick. I'm sorry. I can't talk about the client. I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I got my answers. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Huh? Or maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle with a gentle smile. So where'd you see this devil, then? It was so quick, I don't remember well. But that's what I knew. That person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now.
I am sorry for what happened.
If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Gramery. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes. They're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come, I promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Era. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. And that's most of the past done. Now we go to here, the detention center, I guess. 7 years ago, detention center, visitor's room. What a strange sight doth mine eyes behold. Excuse me. Two men either side of a single transparent pane, yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet, these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits, and what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifi Gramery, for one. Who pulled the trigger? Who pulled that trigger? Valen or his partner Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm gonna get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yeah, he made my attorney's badge disappear and never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation. Revealing what? Zach Gramery killed Magnifi. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage. At the time of my release is near, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. This really is just fucking Loki. This really is just him. I grow tired of this cage that I've been imprisoned in. It's time for me to be free. God, can we get Tom Hiddleston to do Valen for a live-action Apollo Justice? Is that possible? like a live action young, maybe old Valen. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience awaits, with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifi's repertoire is mine. Valent Gramarye has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The blackmail. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Gramarye followed them. Let us not speak anymore of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that... I'm interested in learning more in something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifi had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. Oh, honey. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. Yeah? We'll see what the walkthrough has to say about that, friend. Yeah, unfortunately the Magatama says your time is now. So come on, Loki, bring it! We'll see what your lies have to give! I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, that's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, Armento was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales, and he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. I'm pretty sure it's the gun. Yeah, yeah, it's the fucking... Dude, you literally worked with this fucking pistol. Why? Why? That's one of ours! Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet. One shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valent. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course. What other reason could there be? Someone got killed. In other words, Trucy's mother. In other words, you accidentally shot Trucy's mother. Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single shot pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on. And this shows who it was. Lock it. You fuck! But that's... Zack Gramarye's wife. And Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name. Anakaza! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, huh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot. And this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Wait, really? Are we sure? Ah, no! No. Fucking... Go away. I really hate this. I really hate that I can't just, like... I can't just window capture this. I have to screen capture it. That's what sucks about this. Are we sure? Yeah, they're sure. Alright. Troop Gramarye's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze. We were an age, a golden age. It's all here on this stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know! Part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader, Magnifi, was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Right, then he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Balance got a point. If one of the troop members died in an accident and Magnifi covered it up, his innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Right? I'm so close, there has to be something about how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valent's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes, you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. With a person, I'm imagining. Yep, with a person. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both of your hands. And this information proves why Magnifi held so much power over you. Because it was his fucking daughter. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Gramarye's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Gramarye's only daughter. There was a terrible accident. And the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If it wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident! There's no proof. There's no proof. None at all. But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. You mean Troop Gramarye? The Master, Magnifi Gramarye, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was. An accident. No. Zack and Valent's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight towards that beautiful body on stage, and then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing. Same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi, his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part of a parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifi Gramarye try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is, it was a critical time for Troop Gramarye. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself, and Zack myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But you do not find cowardice in his actions? Huh? To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. But then to hang that death as a guillotine over our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in True Grammar, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told. Naturally. Who would want to know that her father might have taken their mother's life? True. I have not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter? He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I've forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You will not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grammary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman I never learned who that was at the time, though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and that sickly sweet smell of mint, the last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grammary to this world. Sooner or later, I'd have to track him down. And cue that moment. Let's see. Oh, yep. There he is. Oh, wow. So where do we go first? Drew, to here? Yep. Eh? Well, what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you! Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Mission was poisoned at his daughter's... Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know, yes. It caused me to no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down case just a little quicker, end quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zack Grammary was a good friend. Zack said something to that effect at the Borschtwohl Club. What a character, what a man! If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I can ask you a few questions? Oh, you're serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote. Fine. Fine. Shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. God, you're fucking... Everything about you is just weird. I'm sorry, dude, but everything about you is just... I don't know what to say. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though? Don't you? Yes. A forged diary page. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years, walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensations on the back of neck, freaks out, end quote. Because you felt guilty? Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched, huh? I wonder what it all means. Drew Mission felt like he was being watched. And you you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalists sure he is being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Gramery got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from the courtroom. Then for 7 years, he talks to no one, not a soul. Then just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. Then, he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time? Maybe not just me, maybe you were too. Me? I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifi Grammary? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident? During the quick draw shoot-'em practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy. All for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Valiant Grammary didn't mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifi Grammary at the time. I knew his daughter, too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really. Then Thalassa disappeared. Quite suddenly at that. And Magnifi wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of a scoop. Goes on feeding frenzy. Oh, journalist catches scent of a scoop. Goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Glass's husband, see? Zach Grammary. Something strange was in the air over at Troop Grammary in those days. The whole screwy mentor controlling disciples seemed started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you could tell me off the record. Sorry. I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice or 5 times, but over the time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time. 7 years, eh? Waiting. For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of the Magnifi Miracle. Of course it was all a dream. Because of this. The performance rights. In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant? So Valiant waited until Zack died. Legally, at least. The time finally comes, and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at Sunshine Coliseum, you know. If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Grammary. Lost out to his partner at work and in love, too. Love? Uh-oh. Shit, he is worse than Loki. Loki wouldn't fucking kill Thor's lover. It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. What has 3 sides and all of them pointing? A love triangle. It's pretty classic. When you're in a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of all this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Fucking Valiant. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course! I was friends with Zach after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I'd never forget his wife. Thalassa Grammary. Magnifi Grammary's only daughter. Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? It's okay, dude. I'll remember you when you die. So, Thalassa married Zach and had Trucy, It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Quiet, her late husband was a performer too. He died in an accident on stage. Tragic, really. They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know. Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know. Hey guys, I'm gonna go do some research real quick. I'm gonna do some... Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Uh-huh. Hey guys. Hey guys. Who does that look like? who does that look like? Hmm. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote. Wait a minute. Okay, I thought maybe that... No, that can't be. That would be way too fucking weird, right? Like, that'd be way too much of a coincidence. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Ah, yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband? Her first husband, who died on stage. Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Last I had another child? Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure. I can be generous on occasion, you know. I won't need this locket anymore. I'll return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. And I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, that's not my role anymore. Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Magnifi, and with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some grammar, Gene? Magnifi told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes. Not good like a Grammary's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Grammarly secret was? Maybe nope, BD. Now that Zack's gone. Zack Grammarly. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself. It sprouted from a warp in the Grammarly fabric and grew swallowing everything. Yeah, dog? I said I'm not letting you out. Wrapping itself around the Grammarly's power. A power which passed from Magnifi Grammarly to Thalassa to the next generation. And I would once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together. Valid, because Zack's fucking dead. Oh, wait. No, because he is technically still fucking alive in me. Yeah, because I still have to get that one thing. Hey, you. Time to reveal your secrets, Zachy. The Grammarly Grammary secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Or, gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet, I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why's that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother? Thalassa Grammary? I will not speak of that! Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about it. Like a... The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Dog, you're gonna have to chill. Yet there's another story behind the fame. One that not many people know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Grammary's bullets.
It was an accident! It wasn't me! How could I shoot my dear Thalassa?
I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention.
Damn you! Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifi Grammary has joined her.
So the only one with her power left now is Trucy? Mr. Zack?
I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy.
So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power.
Ha! Ha! How would I know?
My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There is someone else with the power, and I know who. No, it's not Valiant. I doubt it's freaking Valiant. Valiant does... This boy? His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney.
Attorney?
I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney?
You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like.
But you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring.
A ring?
Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence showing this missing link. Wait, do I? What the fuck kind of... What? Wait, a ring? A ring? Hold on. Oh my god, she's wearing one of his bracelets. Are you kidding me? Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second.
How did you know this?
Her first husband. He died a year after they were wed, yes?
He was a performer. They met when he joined us Grammaries as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then?
I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out.
They are a Grammary family heirloom.
Wow, so Apollo Justice is really Apollo Grammary. Who would have thunk it? Also, I swear to God, if you bark again, I'm going to actually kidnap you and put you in your cage. Just so you know. I'm also letting you guys see this. Because at this point, it's very sad that this is what it has to go down to. They're probably all over at the house, too, so I can't really... Hold on, I gotta go make sure she's not gonna She's insane sometimes, I swear. Alright. Hopefully no more interruptions. They are a Grammary family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Yikes! Yikers! So they brother and sister. Yikes! This strange power, I myself do not know from where it comes. Yet the fact is that it is passed down in the Grammary line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa, once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension? If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it? Not quite. This is the strangest part of all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension, without the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects? Wait. Were they something she wore? Yes. They're bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt that there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister, yes. And the brother, too, has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will become of that. Mr. Wright, tonight, after our game is done, I will return to a life of hiding. I will not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth. So they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes. Yes. Simply put, yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power? What have I told you? The Grammary power reacts to tension in others. When a Grammary senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute, they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With a bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight? I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. Oh, but that's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of a crowd before one may distract it. So, basically what you're saying is, the Grammarys can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. But what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You are talking about poker, yes? The time of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of of things grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night? The night my mentor Magnifi Grammary passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. The test? In his last years, Magnifi Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. So I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer.
Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? It is my thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack. Tonight, I should not have minded dying by your... Tonight, I would not have minded dying by your hand.
How could I shoot you? You're my mentor.
I thought you might say that.
If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then?
Then, of course, I would have given Valent his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Valent were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. A fitting end, don't you think?
Ah,
Yet, this ending, too, gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day.
seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valent's. Perhaps. But it's not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valent up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. And now here I am. And his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame on for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valent helped you pull it off. But that's madness! Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Grammary was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years passed, I, Zack Grammary, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Grammary. I apologize for the trouble spurned by my saddened departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. His confession, to use as I saw fit. Of course, he'd killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valent Grammary. Huh. I see. But what if he really did? But what if Valent really did do it, you know? What if Valent really did do it? Wow, this is gonna be my longest fucking stream ever, huh? Alright, well, here we go. Present day Sunshine Coliseum. Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valent. 7 years, has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you. Actually, I came because there's something I wanted to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. Uh-huh. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years. Because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire? Do not be deceived! Vannett's skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Grammer. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Grammery murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if 'twere yet only yesterday. Yet, that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicion upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of a press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me, now feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history, as if it were a vaudevillian distraction. And here must I stand, smiling at them all. What am I, if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. Yeah, you did it. I knew I'd be seeing you sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping upon the stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Yeah? Reveal to me your secrets, old man. Ask what you will. You'll get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now finally the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troupe within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valent. Right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valent, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
Take that!
And what might that be? I see it bears the Grammarly seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnifi's miracles. What? Zach Grammarly? He wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter? Trucia Nigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous! Zach is gone! Vanished into the void! This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnifi! Yes, it was Zach! It was! And then he left. And my career as a magician fell into the darkness. Do you think there might be some way out of it? Say, if you could prove Zach Grammarly shot Magnifi. Was that why you testified? Yes! My way out. It should have been my way out! Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnifi Grammarly? I'm pretty sure I have to give him this now, right? Yep.
Take that!
I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. Zach Grammarly wrote one more thing before passing on. But this is a confession! in which he admits to the killing of Magnifi Grammary. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself.
Zach? Yeah? Yeah, Fireworks? Zach wrote this in front of me. After I explained your situation to him.
Alakaz, oh my god!
You do know what this confession... You do know that this confession is nothing but lies? Yes. It's my opinion that Zach Grammary killed no one.
Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination.
Two received instructions to kill.
But if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
So he vanished to protect me, his partner.
A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnifi Grammary in the forehead?
If I had, and I told you,
What would you do?
run to the police, perchance? Do as you will. There's nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnifi's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it.
So Valiant Grammary did kill the great Magnifi.
So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor.
What? But if it wasn't you, then who was it?
There wasn't
another disciple, was there?
another disciple, such as,
I don't know. Knack and Talent Grammary, maybe?
your wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you've figured it out by now.
If it wasn't Zack or Valiant, who shot Magnifi? That's a really good fucking question, because now I don't know. How is this man worse than Loki? Then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Wait. You don't mean...
Yes. The great Magnifi Grammary himself.
Oh. So Magnifi Grammary committed suicide?
You find it hard to believe.
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be sleeping. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
So you spoke with Magnifi Grammary?
Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done.
Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner,
Zach Grammary, not me.
I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apology.
Huh?
My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder.
What? Your crime? Is Valiant Grammary confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder?
You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan.
He wanted to die by one of your hands?
Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess. I had intended to shoot Magnifi. And I planned on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room.
Which was...
IV food, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnifi called me back. I am sorry, Valence. I am giving my magic to Zack. Not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room. Then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Grammary killing himself. Then, the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add the IV fluid liquid I brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnifi died, and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but yes. I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in? My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Grammary was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived? Yep. Yeah. Hey guys. Once again, can I direct your attention to Exhibit A real quick? Hey, who's that look like? Who does that look like, huh? What if that bullet didn't cause death? What if that bullet caused a little bit of amnesia? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her? The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Grammary. Then, I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I am glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zack Grammary, Shady Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I'd have to do to push the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well... Could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. That looks really familiar. There it is. The yellow envelope. And the sender is... Drew Misham. I was right. At his desk, he seemed to be writing a letter. He sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. This is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote. There's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atropine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Mission's messenger of death. It was the stamp, all right, no mistaking it. And his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail? What's this? A burglar in jail? Gavin! I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Veramisham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atrachin poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. Fucker. You've now seen all the clues in this case. Clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Oh boy, but we don't got time for that! Oh, we're so fucking close. I'm gonna save. And we're just gonna see where this goes from here, and then we're gonna stop. Okay? Welcome to court. 7 years. All leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant, Veramisham, innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? I mean... rising, surfacing... Yeah. The devil. Something important. Lost long ago. It's close now. So close. Well, unfortunately, we don't got time for this. So, we're just gonna... Wait. We are gonna save. Okay. So, that was fun. We're gonna continue this next week. Hopefully. If not, because it's definitely not happening this week. Because I got a party to go to on Wednesday, and then I got D&D Thursday, so... And then the rest of my week consists of work. So, we shall see where life leads. I mean, hopefully Saturday. Saturday I at least work from a not-so-bad time. But I'll see how I'm feeling by then. Anyway, you all have a wonderful day. I'm going to go back to the party now. And hope to God that no one left. Catch you later.